Yo. Yo. Okay, my voice cracked. Welcome everybody. It's Friday. We're gonna stream. Um I'm just checking the chat real quick. I've never done drum and bass in my life. Just jump up. Well, jump up is drum and bass. But let's see how this goes. Yeah, exactly. Slow day just got better. Let's bleep and go. I have to be a little bit careful with swearing at the start of the stream. I noticed that. I had a couple of my streams demonetized in the past week. And when I checked it, it was all of the streams that were demonetized were streams where something went wrong or something happened at the start of the stream that made me swear. And that's why they demonetized the streams. So I have to be careful with that. It's fine after like the first 5 minutes of the stream, but in the first 5 minutes or something like that, they want you to not swear or something like that, which okay, whatever. Yeah, that's something I found out in the past week. Meant to type this I like. Okay, well, we're gonna see what's gonna happen today. Oops. No, it's no big deal. I'll just keep it in mind, you know. But it's a weird thing, you know. It's a weird thing. Why would it only matter in like the first 5 minutes? Just then, after like the first 5 minutes, all the advertisers are not going to be watching anymore, and stays fine. Like, I mean, trying to come up with a legitimate reason of why that would be the case, but I just can't come up with any. But I mean, YouTube is weird like that with a lot of things. So, anyways, welcome. As you can see from the title, we're gonna try something fun, interesting. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's not gonna be interesting at all. We don't know. I have something in mind of what I want to do. Probably the bot algorithm only scans the first seconds or minutes. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's also weird because these streams have been monetized for like months, some of them even more than a year. So I don't get why they then suddenly now get demonetized. If you get what I mean. Like I would get it if it's like for that reason, like okay, there was swearing in the first X amount of minutes, and that's why we demonetized it. But then why was it monetized for over a year? Why didn't you tell me earlier, you know? I would grab a beer, but I forgot to put them in the fridge. Well, I don't know where you live, but if you live in a place that's similar to where I live, you can probably put them outside at this point. Freaking cold out here. Anyways, let's switch. I have a little bit of an idea. I learned today that orchestral pieces often rely around a solid body pattern that repeats itself constantly and drives the lead melody. You could try making piano arps and guitar riffs. How did you even... I haven't even said what the idea was. How did you know I was gonna try and make something cinematic? Did I... What? No, it's not. Okay. Well, interesting. Whose message is getting blocked? Yeah, even that. Ramon is just saying that's screwed up. And YouTube is just saying, yo, that message I'm not gonna allow. Because you said the F word. Not even the actual F word, you know, just the regular F word, the one that everybody uses. Anyways, if anybody of you has been sticking around here during the past year, and you've been here in one of the, well, I think actually the stream that I did on, was it New Year's Eve? Or was it the first day of the new year? I'm not entirely sure. I think it was New Year's Eve, probably, because the first day of the new year was completely, I was completely destroyed. it was New Year's Eve. I had this at that time I was reading a manga, and I was hugely inspired by it, by the illustrations of the manga and the world that the manga takes place in. It's a sort of like a sci-fi kind of thing, and I found the original file where I gathered all the reference images, and I thought to myself, why didn't I never really do that? Because that was a really cool idea. And that is to make a very cinematic kind of drum and bass, which is something I've always wanted to do, but never really knew how to do it. Last time I really tried is a really long time ago, so that's why I want to try it out again. Have you read Akira? I actually have the entire manga here in my bookshelf, so yes. That's like one of the first ones that I actually got in physical volumes, so yeah. I don't have the anniversary box set though. I wanted to get the anniversary box set, but it was sold out everywhere, so I just got the regular volumes. And then like a couple of months later, the box set was restocked, and I was like, God damn it, but whatever. It's fine. Not about that, you know. Although I would like to have had the box set, but whatever. It's cool. I think YouTube is also not really displaying the views correctly again to me in my restream software, because it's saying 3 viewers on YouTube. YouTube itself is saying 18 viewers, so that's not correct. But yeah, I was kind of going back to that idea of making very cinematic kind of drum and bass. And then I was going through the original project files, and I'm not going to use the original project files, by the way. We're just going to make something new. But I found the file with all the reference images. So all of these images that I had in there, I actually have here again. So just to give you an idea of what I was inspired by at that time, maybe it gives you an idea as well. Because what I want to do, because I do have a little bit of an idea of where we want to go. We want to go pretty cinematic in the intro, probably. And I don't know, maybe a pretty dark or deep drop. But I'm probably going to need some input from the chat to make it work. So during the stream, I'm probably going to take some looks at the chat and ask what you guys think we should add or do or whatever to get us to the point where we want to go. Dun, dun. That hasn't been done. What? I was thinking about a liquid intro into some crazy neuro after the drop. Pretty sure that hasn't been done. No, actually. I'm trying to think of a tune, but probably a tune. There's probably one. Let's be honest. There's probably somebody out there who did it. I'm not saying the tune is good, though. I'm not saying the tune is good, but there's probably somebody out there that did it. Cinematic and dark. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I feel like as well. Probably need to just make some sounds and do some sound design first, or find some sounds. What about some crazy neuro intro into a liquid drop? I think the other way around would work better, because then you're getting sort of like less heavy to heavier. I think a very neuro-y, sort of like tension heavy intro going into a very melodic liquid drop would sound kind of weird, if you get what I mean. I think the other way around would also sound kind of weird, but you can probably pull it off. I think what you're now telling me to do, like making a very neuro-y intro and then going into a liquid drop, that's probably going to be a lot harder to pull off, because you're then kind of going backwards in a way, which is, I mean, it could be really cool. There's tunes where the intro is mellow and the tune drops into neuro. Exactly, yeah, that's something that definitely works easily. Bomb going off outside again. We're getting closer to New Year's Eve again. By the way, New Year's Eve I'm streaming as well, so don't think I'm not gonna stream because it's New Year's Eve this year. I'm just gonna stream. Liquid to Neuro is for sure easier to pull off. Yeah, totally. Anyways, what should we start off with? What should we gonna use? I've been using a lot of couple of days. I've been using a lot of G sharp harmonic minor, which is quite fun. Could also go to D sharp major Phrygian, then that's the exact same note. Root note we're gonna do. Reporting in Hangjongeren for the stream. Yeah, they're probably it's we're getting closer to New Year's Eve, so there's some pretty big bombs going off every now and then. If you want to make something cinematic, then start with a pad of strings, something like that. Yeah, we could definitely do that. It's probably gonna be the best to aim for like the theme and the atmospheric kind of part first. Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like starting with bass lines is fun. Don't get me wrong, I do this quite a lot. Just starting off with making a bass line and just making like some nice basses. But then usually it's just a sound design session, you know. I just make some patches and that's it. If I'm actually gonna be making a track, then I need some kind of theme or something to kind of know where the bass needs to go. If you get what I mean, it's something I always add. I know people who write the complete other way around, who just start with the bass line and then do everything else. But I also know people that write almost their entire track except for the bass line. Just write the entire track. Just do all the melodic parts, all the strings, or all the pads, or all the drums as well. And then at the last moment, the final thing is that what they do is they put the bass in. People work in all kinds of ways, so would be good. Let's find some sounds. Let's find some things that we can use. We definitely need some kind of a subby impact thing, I think, in the intro. I know where I have one. Another bomb outside. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that. I'm not sure if the mic can pick those up. If I'm correct, we have a hits category and then we have a subs menu. And if I'm correct, these are all kinds of different... Yeah, nice. Good. So we have those. Oh, Odie, welcome. I'm doing good. Anyways, what else do we need? It up. I also have the Spitfire lab stuff. Maybe we can find something cool in there. one of these that I was using, which is quite. That's quiet. There we go. Can probably put like some long thing here for the intro. Like, how long is this? 32. How long is the intro gonna be? Probably 32-ish, something like that. Just put something here. Are we just gonna do that key, by the way? It's pretty interesting. It's a pretty interesting key. Let me before we do anything, let's actually find out what key we're gonna do. I think it would be a nice one to do. My mod was a little bit fucked on this one, so oops. First 5 minutes. Okay, well, whatever. My mod was a little bit janked. I still need a new MIDI controller, so I hope it's we're just gonna automate things if we need some mod automation, but I really like that scale. Might as well. Well, what are we gonna do? What kind of note are we gonna use? I am feeling. Let's just start with the, I'm just gonna start with the G sharp, whatever. Grab this one. Let's see. Take those two notes. Might have to low pass it as well, but do that. I love making cinematic intros. It's quite fun. So fucking atonal. Crackle in this one. Yeah, definitely. That's actually quite fun. I could definitely add some interesting tension to the whole thing. So that's connected to the mod wheel, right? Yeah, that's connected to the mod. Volume is connected to something else. The volume is connected to the expression. Wrong. Probably just gonna automate the volume. Let's put this in for like 32 bars. Yeah, 32 bars. Then we're probably gonna need one of these as well. To start the track off with or something. Start. Are you... I do think those are going to be too big though, but we can try it out. Find them. Extras? No. No, can't find them. We'll just use these. Which one? Just use that one. Probably just gonna process this one a little bit. Doubt. That does. I really like that actually. Give it a little bit of a rhythm so that we can hear what. Okay, let me ask the chat right now. What are we? Have I literally just been stung by a mosquito? Shouldn't you be dead by now? It's almost winter. It is winter. What should we use to keep the pace? Intro. At least temporarily. At something. What do you think about some minor pentatonic plugs like bells or chimes? Probably not, because we're not in like scale, I think. Damn, I've definitely been stung by a mosquito. Taco. Well, if you can go to Taco Bell for me real quick and just deliver some, then sure. I bet you mean taiko. Taiko. Could be fun. Could be fun. I mean, I can use... And not multi-sample though. I can also grab contact one. That might be... I moved my Omnisphere libraries to a different drive, by the way, so we're gonna look up real quick in just a bit, see if that's sped up a little bit, because my contact was quite slow. Or my my Omnisphere was quite slow. So I moved it to a different drive, and... Let's go with... No, it was getting a little bit slow, my Omnisphere, and a lot of you guys might have seen that in previous streams as well, that my Omnisphere was just really slow, and I decided to move it to the new drive that I bought, and I think it's actually quicker now with loading patches, so that would be really nice. Oh yeah, this interface is huge, by the way. Probably gonna shoot off onto my second screen. Wow. Nice. Nice. I mean, they're all nice, but... we probably don't need a big taiko right away. Like, we can bring that in later. Maybe just a single one every now and then. sounds actually really nice there. I really like this thing, what that does, that portal, but it's not in the right timing with the rest of the track. With this thing, it needs to be shifted a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually just gonna bounce this one to audio with the portal on it, and then without the reverb. So let's just do. You know what? Let's actually make it twice as long, so that we have plenty of room. Want to make the intro longer later. We don't have to do some crazy looping kind of thing. We can just stretch it out. And then just freeze this with the portal on it. Should I make the portal flat? Audio track, and then we take this and drag it in here, mute this one, then we can listen to how this sort of like pattern falls in time with that taiko hit. Kind of want it to be somewhere different, I think. Might actually have to be later instead of earlier, but now we need the reverb as well. Drop that on here. We're probably gonna fade this in over time, so it's kind of come in gradually. It doesn't start like that, but yeah, it needs to be a little bit later. That hit that happens right here, that needs to fall right on the beat. So I'm seeing some kind of a little thing here, see? Looks like there's a little hit there. I think that's better. Or is it just that that portal has shifted everything? Well, that's probably why, but sounds like this. No. I think this is better. Noise gate on my mic is a little bit too sensitive again. Check. Oh yeah, it's quite Wait, no. It should be like that. Shouldn't it? Literally only supposed to get the noise out. I mean, is that better? I think that's gonna cut out even more. It could also be because I just faced away from the mic a little bit. That's probably also something that might happen. think this should be fine. Okay. Probably loop this so that we don't have to worry about all of that. We can probably even make a little pattern in between here with some of those higher things, like those things, just to kind of give it a bit more pace. Maybe it's just your mic hygiene. What? Now, like when I'm playing on my keyboard, my mic is standing here, and I'm on my left side, and my keyboard is on my right side. So it means, yeah, I'm actually gonna be I'm waiting for I'm gonna be looking into doing some upgrades soon. I'm probably gonna get the ATEM A7X, but that also means I'm gonna have to build myself a little extra thing for my PC to stand on beneath my desk, because currently my PC, my desktop case is on my desk, all the way on the side of my desk. So I want to get the ATEM A7X. I can put them on my desk right now, but it's going to be really cramped. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the PC down, but I don't want to have it down on the carpet, because obviously for dust reasons there's like an additional airflow inlet on the bottom of my case as well, so I want to lift it up a little bit. So I'm just going to build myself like a little wooden thing where I can put it on, probably with wheels under it as well, which is going to be pretty handy if I need to be behind the thing, because it's heavy as hell, and then I can just ride it away, which is really handy. And then that will free up, like, I think about 30 centimeters extra desk space, which means I can basically just widen everything a little bit. Any chance of wall mounting them? Not in the current room. Not in the current room. I'm gonna be lifting them up a little bit from the desk itself, but that's about it. But yeah, I'm looking into the ATEM A7s, A7Xs, and I'm thinking about getting the Motu M4 interface as a temporary replacement for my Focusrite. Because my Focusrite is old. It's a first generation Focusrite, and it's really up for an upgrade. So I'm thinking about the Motu M4. It's like it's only going to be a temporary upgrade, because as I, when I finally find a place, and I can build a separate room, that would be cool. Then I'll probably want to have a bigger interface at some point, but I can always do that in the future. Not really any sense into spending a lot of extra money right now on like 24 extra in and outputs, which I'm not going to be using at this point in this room. So at the point when I'm going to have a separate room for all my music stuff, I might just want to get a completely different interface, so I'm not going to do that right now. Gonna wall mount the HS8s, I'm worried. I mean, if you just make sure you mount it well, you should be right. Like, don't get me wrong, I work in a DIY store, so I know what what you need to put stuff on walls. I mean, it depends on the type of wall, of course, as well. If it's actual concrete, then it's not going to be an issue at all. Yeah, like I'm thinking about the Moto M4 as a temporary interface. I quite like it. It looks quite nice. And I was comparing it just like from the looks of it, like just looking at the Focusrite interfaces and then the Moto M4s, is just like, just looking at the pictures, just the build quality itself just looks so much better on the Motus. Like the knobs have a little bit of a texture to them. So they're not like completely smooth plastic knobs. They're probably still plastic, but they have a little bit of a texture to them and all that kind of stuff. And it kind of has these level meters on the front of the interface, which supposedly work really good. And it's USB-C. So Yeah, Moto is pretty solid, and the mic preamps and the converters in the Moto are for sure gonna be better than the Focusrite. Like that's not even gonna be a comparison at that point. Like the Focusrite is a good budget entry level stuff, you know, especially like the what is it, the Scarlet range, I think it is. Yeah, the Scarlet range. It's just good entry level equipment, but like the converters in it and the mic preamps and stuff, they're not really that high of a quality. Like they're just Moto on that level is definitely a little bit of a step up. But it's still the M4 is still quite affordable as well. It's not like it suddenly gets like, because it's Moto, it just suddenly gets like 500 or 600 euros for a small interface. It's like 260 or something like that. Versus like for a similar Focusrite that I have, a similar one, the third generation as the, I have the 4i, what is it, the 4i2 or the 2i4? I think it's the 2i4. Yeah, the Focusrite 2i4, and then the first generation. It's a similar one from Focusrite is going to be like the 4i4 that they have now. It's like, what, like 50 euros cheaper than the Moto, so I'm probably gonna get the Moto. I don't really have too many great experiences with the Focusrite drivers, so I kind of want to move away from Focusrite for that reason. And I know that back when Moto worked on their ultralight interface, that they worked together with Windows, with Microsoft, to make sure that the drivers were really good and really stable for Windows 10. So they should work pretty good. So, and then I've just been checking reviews, and I've basically only been seeing good positive reviews about that interface. So that's a really good sign. I mean, my Focusrite, I'm amazed it's still holding up for how much I use it, and how long I've had it. Like, don't get me wrong, but this interface it's not as old as my monitors. My monitor speakers are older, but it is a first generation Focusrite, so that says enough. But still works though. The only jank thing is that when I'm using my monitor speakers and I turn my main volume dial, that big silver knob, the speakers just start crackling, and it does turn up to a louder level, but the speakers just start crackling, and then as soon as you let go of the knob again and you don't move it, it's just perfectly fine again. And it's just a really common issue with them as well, and it only happens with that dial, not with the headphone dial. It's just whatever. I checked all the cables first, of course. I was like, oh, god damn it, do we have a grounding issue somewhere or whatever? Checked all the cables, redid all the cables a couple of times, but nothing. And then I was just like, okay, that's weird. And I was like, it only happens to one speaker too. Interesting. What happens if I flip the cables around so the left speaker is now the right output, and now the crackling was coming out of the other speaker? And I was like, ah, nice. Well, that's the interface then. So yeah, and I mean, I was up for an upgrade as well, so I want to get that. Then the other thing I want to get is the Novation SL61 Mark III, which is gonna be my next MIDI controller probably. Maybe it's dust in the knob. Yeah, I already tried a couple of things. Like a couple of people told me to turn your speakers off and just move the dial all the way from the left all the way to the right pretty aggressively. Just like basically just move it around all from left to the entire basically travel of the knob, and just see if that worked. But no, it's just, I think it's actually to do with the outputs, the plugs in the back. I think that's actually a little bit janked, one of them, because it also happens when I move that cable just ever so slightly. It's just whatever. Well, not the cable itself, but when I touch the plug and just press it a little bit, I just hear the same thing coming from my speaker. So I mean, it's an old interface by this point, so said, I'm amazed it kept up for this long. But yeah, MIDI controller is probably going to be the Novation. I've been looking into a couple of MIDI controllers. Like at first I was looking at the Native Instrument ones, but honestly, the main feature why I looked into the Native Instrument keyboards was the light guide feature that they had, which I use quite a bit of Contact. And the one thing that I really hate is not being able to quickly see where my key switches are. And the one thing in what Ableton doesn't have, which for instance I think Cubase has that has it, is it'll actually in your MIDI editor, like right here, it'll give you at the bottom like a section where your key switches are, so you can sort of like use automation to do your key switches, I think, or something along those lines. But there's quite a lot of DAWs have this, where you can easily see where a certain range is, and you can most of the time specify that range, and that is the range for your key switches, and that is really easy because that way you can really see it at first glance. But those keyboards had this above the keys, and then because it's a Native Instruments keyboard, it works with Contact. So when you load up Contact and you're using a library, it would show up the lights above the keys, and it would actually show the colors that you have inside Contact. So if you, for instance, go into here and into this library, then you would see these keys, the lights above it, you would see light up with the colors that you have here. So you can see, for instance, if these were key switches, these are red ones, then you can see that the red ones on your keyboard are the key switches. But then I started looking into it, and I was like, okay, that sounds really, really nice, because I have so many Contact libraries where I use the key switches, but every time I want to do it, I have to go open up Contact, look at this keyboard while I'm pressing my MIDI controller to see like, where's the range? There is it, you know, and it's always annoying to have to find that. So I was like, oh, that's nice. And then I looked into it and I was like, oh, but wait, there's some fine print. Because the light guide feature only works with Native Instruments licensed libraries. So if you're using a library that is a third-party library, like an orchestral library or something like that, it's not going to work. So at that point I was like, well, am I then going to bother buying a keyboard if that feature is only going to be working for a couple of libraries that I own? I mean, not really. There's probably better MIDI controllers out there that have the same or even better features that are roughly the same price, that I'm gonna get a lot more use out of. I'm not gonna have the light guide thing, but hey, screw that. So that's when I looked into the Novation one. And now the Novation also has a light guide kind of feature, but it's not integrated with Contact or anything like that. It's just they have a similar thing with lights above the keys, but their version is more to it's kind of more like a scale tool. Like you have in your MIDI controller in Ableton, you can fold the scale, or you can set the notes to be from whatever scale, and then you can do that. That's kind of what that thing on the Novation keyboard does. You can select a scale in the keyboard, and then it lights up the lights above the keys that are within that scale. And then you have 3 modes, I believe, on the keyboard. One means or do you have 2 modes? I'm not sure, but I know at least you have, you can play, and then any note that is a wrong note that's outside of the scale is just going to be pitched to the closest note that is in the scale. Then you have a mode where you can play, and then all the notes that are outside of the scale are not going to do anything. And then you have a mode where you can play, you can see which lights are turned on, so you can see which notes are in the scale, but all the notes outside of the scale still work. So if you want to do a little passing tone or a little thing that's outside the scale, you can still do that. And that's a feature that, and when I saw that, I was like, that's actually going to be really helpful in learning music theory stuff as well. Because you can just, while you're playing, you see what the notes are that you are supposed to use for that scale. But then you can play around a little bit with, you know, going maybe a semitone up here and there and fall outside of the scale. And I was like, okay, well that sounds quite usable. And then I looked more into that keyboard and I was like, oh wait a second, it's also integrated with Ableton Live. So that keyboard has 5 LED screens, and whatever is selected in Ableton, it will display the most, let's say I have a MIDI track with an instrument on it, let's say an operator or something, then, or probably we should do something with like an instrument rack thing that has like some macros or something. Like, let's say you have this on here, then I think, if I'm correct, these macros show up on the LED displays of the MIDI controller, and you get like rotary controls that are automatically connected to whatever is selected in Ableton, and you get like buttons on the MIDI controller to scroll through your different tracks and through the devices on the track. You basically get access to all of the controls straight from the MIDI controller, which is really nice. And at that point I was like, okay, I'm sold. So yeah, I'm gonna get the what is it, the 60, what is that, 61, I think, 61 key, or is it 69? but it looks really good. The Novation 61 SL or Novation SL 61 Mark III. Yeah, that one. That one. This is 49. I would like the one with an extra octave. I have a 49 right now, and it's a little too small. I would just like to have like one extra octave. But see, these things, and you get basically, you get the controls on the screens here from like the macros, and these controls above it are connected to those controls, and you can then use, I think, some of those knobs to kind of flip through the different tracks and all that kind of stuff, which is really nice. It has a sequencer built in with like an arpeggiator and everything. You don't even need a computer to use this MIDI controller. You can just use it as sort of like a sequencer with hardware as well. So you can connect like hardware to it and use the sequencer of the controller to kind of control the hardware, which is quite interesting. You can, what is it? You can split up the keyboard and have like one section of the keyboard be connected to one instrument, and then another section of the keyboard be connected to a different instrument. So let's say a bass line, and then the other one a lead, or something like that. And then you can play the ones at the same time. Like I'm not that good of a player, but if you wanted, you could. So there's quite a lot of interesting features on this thing. So I'm definitely thinking about that one. And then I want to do a mic upgrade as well. I want to do a Shure SM7B with a nice boom arm that I can move around, so that I don't have a microphone stand on my desk anymore when I'm streaming. I have more space to move my hands around. So yeah, quite a lot of upgrades that I want to do. Probably the speakers first though. Gain stage at +6 on the master. What level should, say, my kick synths be hitting? First of all, I would never aim for +6, because then you're clipping with 6 decibels, so that's not what I would advise you to do at all. -6 would be a much better thing to do. What I do most of the time, and this is how I feel like it works pretty well, your kick and your snare are most of the time going to be the loudest part in your track. I make sure that those hit at 0 decibels. So if I have a kick, I don't have a kick and snare right now, but if I have a kick and snare, then I make sure that those two hit at 0 decibels. Use like a limiter on the drums group so that they're not gonna give any weird peaks or anything. And then just bring the group down to -8. So that means that even though the drums are hitting at 0, the group is then brought down 8 decibels. So then on the master track, the drums are coming in at -8 decibels. And then I mix everything around the drums. So the bass is usually also at -8. Could be -9 as well to have the drums a little bit louder than the bass. And then just use a limiter to kind of bring them back to the same level on the master track. But usually the drums at -8 and then mix everything around it. And if you mix it well, you should be getting somewhere between -6 and -4 on the master. See if we can make a little pattern with this one. I'm thinking about the mode to M4. Not that one. Leave that one. What can we do here? Gotta run to the pub. Well, have a drink on me then, mate. Well, not on me because I'm not paying, but you got what I mean. actually be nice. Just take like some reverb and put. Didn't find any good reviews on the M4. Well, then you haven't been looking right, I think. Anyways, let's grab... Might actually. Probably gonna want to make that one quite big. Probably gonna have to do some processing on it. I mean, Ableton and video is not really good to begin with. Really, you really have to make sure that it's the right file, and it's the right file extension, that it uses the right codecs. So many things to keep in mind when you want to use the video feature in Ableton, that you're probably easier off just using a DAW that is able to use video. No, it's not video, it's a wave. Oh, okay. Well, then I don't. Could be a memory issue, could be something else. But like video itself, I actually tried it once. When I was doing the City Skylines videos, I was trying to write music to something, and it was absolutely a pain. I had some video, and I was trying to write music to that, and it was just it didn't work at all. Not feeling the taiko yet, but we'll just leave it for now so that we have something. I'm also gonna add a head or something so that we have something just hitting on the beats. Head. Grab a one-shot head. Let's see. Sure. Could have done it in MIDI. Done it in MIDI so I can easily swap out the head for a different one. Sorry. Again. Strings in here. Convert the video in VLC. Yeah, like I don't know, like I can use large WAV files without any issues, so probably something on your machine on your end. Okay, let's see. Oh, wrong track to select. That somewhere. We need to get started with this. We need to, how late are we? Oh, we're... What else can we add? What else can we add? Give me something. That. Know what that is. I've read the name somewhere, but I don't know what it is. What can we add to this? The taiko has a particular key as well. That. G? I think the taiko is hitting G. So if we pitch this taiko up one semitone, we have a pitch control in here, right? Come on, please. Oh no. Really? Do I have to go into the thing itself? Ah, there. Which one is that? Why didn't you just highlight here? That would be so handy. This C3. Ah, there we go. That one. This at minus... Okay, so it's gonna be to 1.58. 58. 1.59. Now that should be... Sounds alright to me. Bass behind it. Yeah, I was thinking about something like that, but what kind of bass? Yeah. Rhythmic or Reese? Let's grab the regular low pass, 18, boost the drive a little bit. We don't even need legato, we just need mono. Ego bass. I actually found a sample earlier as well when I was organizing samples. Not sure where I put it. I don't think I put it somewhere yet. It's probably in here. Or somewhere else in the folders that I haven't organized yet. Came across the file. The seagull cow. The seagull cow.wave. I mean, we can make it work. Don't get me wrong. But I first want to make a bass work. Which one are we gonna do? We can do... That one is nice. Or we could do... So, with the first one we play G sharp to E, D sharp. So we end on D sharp, which is the perfect fifth above G sharp, which is our root. On the other one, we play G sharp, and then we're utilizing that harmonic minor going down, so we go from D sharp, or from G sharp, we go to G. Not to D sharp at the end, but to E. Also a really nice one. You can even simplify that to just doing... having G sharp and E. I think because if we then I have some I'm hearing something in my head, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work. Wait, I have okay. This one should also be quicker now, because I moved this library to the other drive as well. So, cinematic. I mean, that was pretty quick. Yes, that's... That's G sharp harmonic minor. There's some really interesting things happening in that skill. So you can, there's no option for a piano in this one, that we can see a piano? Oh, interesting. Zoom, no, that just closes that down. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, we can load up that. But there's some really interesting things in this skill. Of course, you've got G sharp, and then you've got B, so you've got G sharp minor. And if we go down, we get that one semitone interval going down. So we can do G sharp minor to G major. Or we can do G sharp minor to G minor. Okay, so you can even do have like that kind of thing going on. But if you go down, you get the same thing again, which is really interesting, because then you get with E and D sharp, you get the same thing again, but then you get it with on E, you can make major and minor. You can make both major and minor, and with the G, you can also make E minor or D sharp major. So you've got like really a lot of options where you can do that same kind of thing, which is really cool. Not sure if there's another spot in the skill. But the B and A sharp, so that's probably where you can do it. That one sounds a little bit different. That one is not really that interesting. Yeah, it's a really cool skill. It's technically not a skill. It's a mode, of course. Well, no, this is a skill. This is the G sharp harmonic minor. I was thinking about major Phrygian, because D sharp major Phrygian has the exact same notes. So that's the fifth mode of the. But harmonic minor is really interesting. So that is really cool, and that is you weren't able to see the the notes. Oh, you weren't even able to see the notes because the piano is hidden behind the chat. Well, whatever. There's G sharp to E, G sharp minor, minor. major. We can make it E major, but oh, sounds a bit too happy. Can go to the D sharp major though. My lag is so much right now, I'm not gonna be able to play this in, but we can. Not gonna be able to, but let's give it a shot. Can we make the metronome a little bit slower? That would be great. 1/2. Yeah. Should be better. Yeah, like I'm not sure. Like I'm thinking now. I don't think we need a piano. I was just bringing that up to kind of figure out what the skill was gonna be. But I think yeah, that G sharp thing is definitely like. Of course, with the piano, it's gonna sound really dramatic. We write that with different instruments. It's gonna sound. But piano is not what we need. We were working on bass. That's piano, but yeah, C sharp is definitely nice to use there in there as well. I know. But C sharp is pretty cool. And going to the D sharp. Really resolves very well as well. So that's definitely nice. Yeah, I agree. Sharp on the first chord. I don't know. We'll see where. I'm gonna try focus on that bass right now. Let's bring. I don't know. Let's bring. Yeah, I think that D sharp is gonna be good on the last note before going back into G sharp, because it's the perfect fifth above G sharp, so it leads us back into the one using the circle fifths. Have a bass coming in here or right from the beginning? Probably from here. Okay, I have an idea. Can use it. We can just leave it on this one. Yeah, that I know that bot thing has been going for a couple of weeks now. Annoying, but also do that. This would be really cool too. Ooh. Cynthia can suck these nuts. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Bum bum. Maybe that. probably gonna change. Leave it like that for now. Subs consistent. That is hitting. Now it's hitting on D sharp, which is a perfect fifth above G sharp. It'll work. I don't think we need the distortion here. We can just do it without. Something to make it a bit more interesting. Percussion thing or something. I'll just put it in for now. probably just gonna repeat what we have here, and then we're gonna have... kind of have a little bit of that drum bass pace coming in already. That could be good, having the bass come in there after like 8 bars. Quite a... Oh, that's piano. Probably gonna need some else, some more ensembles instead. Make some bass. I'm gonna make some bass sounds. See if we can get started that way with some bass. I'm gonna make some deep basses though. can hear every time I re-trigger it, it's the exact same. That's because we're using that re-triggering here. But it's not re-triggering from the exact same position, so we can really play around with this position, with the phase re-triggering. Yeah, it's basically just some extra harmonics on the sine, and if we now run that through some distortion, we should be getting... And we can control how much width the oscillator gets as well by using this. So if we bring this down, then we should be getting less width as well. And really control how much width we will get from this. Might even split it up across two separate serums, to be quite honest, so that we can have effects on the one that's the mid-range. Track be the same wave? No, totally not. If we just group this, then duplicate this, then take a Serum effects, this is Serum effects. We can take the audio comes in here, and then we can use this filter on the noise. Then we can just copy what this one is doing. So shape there, but how big range there, and then drive up on off. Other one as well. Also remove and mute the sub in this one. Right order. So the top one is going to be the mids, and this one is going to be the sub. This one, it's yes, okay. So now, well, I'm actually doing that right now. So we can have the width just up all the way on this one. Send that into 18 Serum effects. There we go. Now that re-triggers. So we have the mids. If we layer this with a sub, which like it already has sub, but why is that mono? Mono because of the voice in. Could be that. Yeah, it is stereo. Okay. Well, then we have to copy that with the filter here. So we have to do filter, that one, bring it. Yeah, so we have that. Just coming out of this one. Well, I mean, we could just use this filter now, honestly. There we go. But that is pretty wide, right? See? That sub is pretty wide. Save. Well, now I did. So that sub is pretty wide. But I do like sort of like the mid-range that's coming from that. So what we could do, we could take filter here. Set it to like a high pass 18 or something. Just like trying get those mid frequencies out of it. Still get a little bit of the sub as well, but really just looking for that, right? Then we can distort it a little bit more as well. Always filter it again later. By having like a resonant peak in that filter, we can also roll that. You can even do like an extra high pass as well. We really only get the bits from this one. Leave it at something like that for now. And then when we bring this one in, is just this one, where I'm just going to bring this filter back here as well. Still got some width, of course, in the... We have some sub here, but... Do we want to keep that one? But the sub is pretty stable now. It's just like, the sub is just hitting there. There's a little bit of harmonics in the sub as well, so we don't even need that. We can just make that a sine wave if we want. Should still work. So now if we start processing this after it again, whatever we do, that sub is going to be really consistent. Thanks. Kind of do need it, but on the... No, when I have some reverb on it. That mid-range layer. I'm gonna need, give me some of your suggestions, guys, because I am really bad at making deep drum and bass or stuff like that, so... Time limit for how long you will work on a track? Not necessarily. Okay, that's nice, automating the drive here. From 30, 35 to 5 or something like that. Interesting bass sound. Try one come through as well. Only thing is now, if I want to change anything in here, I have to put in both the layers and also in the Serum effects, which is but all right. That's gonna give us a lot of options. Three is definitely best. Okay, need that. that's a nice bass though. We could probably use that somewhere. Drums. Okay. Kick drum. Okay, this is C, so in G sharp, so another one. That one we're gonna connect to 2. Bipolar. Bring this up a bit. Now, like now the kick drum is hitting on G sharp at the end of the kick. But we could, for instance, say if we're in G sharp and we want to have a kick drum that's a little bit lower pitched, we can also make it end on D sharp, for instance, which is the perfect fifth above G sharp. So that way it's still sort of like harmonically correct. Whereas if we want to do that now, we could, for instance, say -3 and +3. Then it's playing a D sharp. Down a little bit with this. What I like to do is have another one. Envelope mode, turn off the BPM sync, and then just turn this one way up. And then have LFO 3 set to the tuning as well. Which creates that extra sort of like click at the start. And now it's all about fine-tuning this. Let's start with boost and a little bit of drive. And now we have to play around with this one here. I think this is a bit low though, so I'm gonna go to -4. Want to have a more punchy kick, we just bring this up. So it has this range is bigger of sort of like the area where it really decays. If we want to have a more lower, beefier, sort of like sub-heavy kick, bring it down. This is connected to the pitch, right? So we have that initial sort of like drop where it drops down pretty, well, quite a lot. And if now we can also bring this one down if you want that to be less pronounced, right? So you have all that control now. And then you have this one, which is creating a little extra click. That one is just really quick. Even if we take this one out. It's just adding a little bit of an extra click. Now we can go back in here and we can even play shape of that curve. Now I wouldn't do too much EQ to your synth kicks, especially not if you're just having them really clean like that, which it totally can work. Wouldn't do too much EQ. Reason why I can show you. Look at the oscilloscope here. How clean the kick drum now looks. You can see it goes a little bit quick, but you can see it's a pretty nice sort of like beefy kick, and it's pretty consistent all the way through, right? It just looks. As soon as you start EQing it with like a bell curve or a cut or something or a boost, starts messing with that. See? At certain points it just creates bow tying, and if we bring this up it can make the transient quieter. And that's just the phasing that happens, of course, as well, combined with the stuff you're taking out. So I would be a little bit careful with using EQ on your synth kicks, because it can really affect how powerful they sound. Much better is to just use saturation, and if it then becomes too saturated, so for instance, let's just saturate this kick, just boost it a bit. See, that's too much, right? Getting too distorted. But let's say you do like what it does to the transient, to the click. All you have to do is go back into here, go to your first LFO, which is controlling the level, and shape this. So I can bring this back and then bring this one down a bit. Listen. Now we have a really dirty first part of the kick, but the tail is getting cleaner again because the level is a lot lower. So it's running less hard into that saturator. Whereas if we do that, see? Just gonna find like the right position where it has enough sub still, but is not triggering the saturator too much. And that way you can get pretty distorted kicks. Still control them quite well. Bow tying, I can show you if we just add an EQ on this now. Add an EQ, I'll add it in front of the saturator. Let me check if we can find a section where, well, you can already hear. Yeah, that's a good point. Clear bow tying. So if I do this, I'm just gonna record the kick, and then I'm gonna turn this this one on halfway through. Okay, that's good enough. We just need to actually. So this one and that one. So here we have the first kick. So like the clean version. That looks pretty nice, right? That's pretty clean. Then we have this version. See? This dip right after the transient. If you turn this sort of like 90 degrees, with this part at the top. So it's sort of like this is at the top and the rest is down. And you look at it, so turn your head 90 degrees sideways. It kind of looks like a bow tie kind of shape, right? With the knot right here at the top, and then gets a little bit thinner, and then gets wider again and thinner. So that's what people mean when they're talking about bow tying in terms of drum sound design. That you don't want to have that, because that means that this part of the drum sound is losing power. You have less power here because the level is going down, right? So it's less consistent. It is a bow tie, exactly. That is also why it's called that way. It looks like a bow tie, and that's why people call it that way. And that's what happens when you EQ it. You can get away with EQing if you use like let's say you just want to take down a little bit of the high frequencies, or you want to boost a little bit of the lows. That's perfectly possible. Like, I wouldn't use a bell curve though, because bell curves really mess with the phase. Much better is to just use a shelf, and just use a shelf with a very low Q, so like 0 point something, and then just boost the low end a little bit if you want to have a bit more sub. Or maybe even use 2 shelves, so have like 1 shelf doing this. So if you want to boost, let's say you want to boost this range here, not the sub but this range, you can do that with 2 shelves instead of a bell curve. You can do this and then have another shelf, that one, I think, no, the other one, that one, and then bring this one down again. See? So now we have 2 shelves highlighting this area instead of using a single bell curve, and that's going to mess with the phase less than when we use a bell curve. Most of the time, at least. It really depends on the sound, of course, but we can still emphasize that part. It's clipping now as well, of course. But it's gonna sound less, well, it's gonna be less obvious. It's gonna mess less with the phase. It's really important when you're making drums. I mean, can also be important if you're making maybe a percussive bass sound or something. You know, anything percussive that has a sharp transient that you want to have a lot of power. You know, that's going to be a sound where this could be a problem. But drum sounds is the most obvious one, like low frequency drum sounds. Or snare drums as well. Snare drums is another thing. Another thing when you see bow tying a lot is not just with EQing. That happens with multiple things. EQing is one of the things where it could happen, like what I just showed. If we take a kick drum and we take out, let's say we just have a bell curve and we say, I don't like 1K. We bring this out and our pitch envelope sweeps through here, right? It sweeps from the high frequencies into the lower frequencies, and depending on how high that pitch curve starts, and ours starts pretty high because we have that click, the initial click, which is created with the pitch as well. So it starts really high and then drops down to somewhere around here, and then it drops a little bit slower towards the lowest position. So in that first part, it's going to sweep through this cut. So wherever this cut is placed, there, where it sweeps through, it's going to decrease the volume of that oscillator. And that's not what you want, because you're going to mess with how clean the digital drums sound, unless you are specifically trying to mess with the phase, of course. Then this could be a thing you want to do, but always be careful, because depending on where you put it, you could get that bow tying kind of effect that's not really ideal. Of course you can fix it. You can fix this. You can literally edit the audio, like, don't get me wrong, but I see people doing this quite a bit. Literally edit the audio like that and then just fade. And if you do it clever, you can get your level back. But you can see we're getting a little bit of clipping already here. But now we kind of fixed it. So you can fix it manually. So even if you like the sound of what that EQ cut does, and you just don't want to get that bow tying, you just need to manually edit the kick drum afterwards. It's definitely possible to make it work, but keep this in mind when you are designing drums. When you see that kind of a dip, especially with like electronic music, with heavier genres, this is just really important to keep in mind, because you're gonna lose power if you don't. But if you just don't want to have to worry about that, just go a little bit easy on the EQs. Yeah, you could fix it like that. Just bounce that to audio again, and then use that sample from that moment on. I mean, kinda works, but I like being sure. I like just to not do it from the start. But like I said, there's another way how it can happen with compression. Like if people use compression on their drums. Like let's say you have this and you say, okay, we're gonna compress this. Now we do this. Short, let's crank this up a bit so it's a little bit more obvious. Short attack because we want to have that snappy transient, and then we're gonna have a quick release. Okay. Not really. Maybe with the glue compressor. Maybe with that one. Oh wait, maybe I should have changed the mode on that one, but I think with this one it's pretty easy to do. Then we can bring that back, if I'm correct, by using a quick release. Not sure if this is working, but sometimes it happens with compression as well. I think multiband compression probably then. Because then it's also filtering, and thus you get that same thing again. Yeah, it's probably what I'm thinking about. It's probably multiband compression. But yeah, this is one thing that is really sometimes overlooked, like EQing on drum sounds. It's you can definitely do it, but just be careful a little bit. But like, do you really need to? Like that kick drum, that's literally just a sine wave with no effects running through a saturator. Sounds pretty beefy to me. So, do you really need? Definitely use that as a kick. And you can add a little bit of extra noise as well. That's always nice. And just you can use the same one that you used for the click, or I like to just make a new one. Gonna be a little bit slower. That really adds like a little bit of extra noise. This noise already is a little bit of hype, has already a little bit of low shelving applied to it, so the low end has been brought down. But if you're using regular noise, this is not running through any filters right now, so we can use this filter. We can turn this off and turn the noise on, and then we can use a high pass 18, bring the resonance down, bring this up a bit, so the noise is high passed. Bit of a boost with the drive. But you can hear really all about controlling the level going into the actual kick, or into the actual kick, into the saturator. Find somewhere around there. It's pretty good. Still lay addicted drums over the synth kick. Depends, I guess. Really depends on the track, I think. Sometimes you don't need it. Sometimes you do. Now I already have a sidechain set up, so you're pretty much ready to go with that. Do I fancy making a snare drum? Not really. With this one for now. What is the pitch of that one? It's E. So if we bring this down one semitone... Oh. It was +1. So if we bring it down to 0, it's just C sharp. Get the shit out of me.
Good evening, people.
Good evening, medic. I was like, holy shit. What the fuck is happening? I was in the zone. Thanks, medic, for that. 100 Swedish crowns. Thanks a lot. Big up. Not sure how much that is in euros, by the way, but thanks a lot. I'll see that after the stream. What's that little oscilloscope along the top of your screen? I'll put that in the chat for you right now. Right there. So yeah, thanks, medic. We're trying to make a beginning to some cinematic style drum and bass, I guess. We're not going to use this one and that hat. See if we can find a good hat. I mean, it's not that bad. But I don't like it either. Nice loops here. nice loops there, actually. Chop some stuff up and get something nice going. Wendy!
Thanks for the kick chip art FX, that's a game changer for me.
You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. What? Weatherman? Weathermen be? Weathermen buy? Thanks for the 20ish English pounds. That's gonna help for saving up for all the new gear that I want to buy. So thanks a lot. And yeah, I hope it helps. Do you rate any of Archaic's drum and bass? I've heard some of his stuff, but I can't really, you know, recall some of the tracks right now. I would have to go check it out. I like that open kind of head thing on the first beat, but I don't like the other heads here in this one. I want to have some... Let's just grab a whole bunch of one-shot heads and drop them in a drum rack. My usual way of going at this. It's in my opinion the best way of doing this. If you want to make a head pattern, not really sure what type of head is gonna work, just take a whole bunch of samples. Sure. Let's grab these and just make yourself what they call a 128. Open and closed heads, so just drop those all in here. Some virtual riot heads. Oh, there's only two. Well, let's see if we have some open heads. Sure. Take these. There. And then take some closed ones as well. There, we have some more space. Sure. One more folder. Yo, come on. There we go. Now we have a whole bunch of hats in here, and we can just create ourselves a little pattern. Like a lot of hat samples. Whoa, I've never seen this. Not even showing us all the names now. Whoa, that's weird. At least we can zoom out all the way. Now we can just start messing with this. So let's say we want to have one at the sort of like an open one on the first beat, and I'm gonna make this longer. So let's do length of 2. Use that one for now. Oh, and one thing we can make sure of, if we have an open hat that's really long, like that one, see it extends in here, then we can find a closed one, let's say this one, and then we can make sure that this one is stopped by the other one. So we can say, where are they? Right here. So we can bring up the in and outputs right here. And you can see this is the open hat. And we can set choke 1. And then on the closed one, we can also set choke 1. What that means is then now that closed hat is going to turn off any other hat that's playing that is also set to choke 1. So we now get that. See? So now but if we use a different hat, it doesn't do it. See? So we can use that to sort of like shorten the hats if we want to. Another way of doing it is, of course, setting this to gate on the open hat, so that is held for as long as the MIDI note is played. But I like using that. Kind of allows you to make some nice hat patterns if you do that. But let's see what hats we are going to use. Holy shit. Where's that? That. Like it's no transition yet from the drop into from the build into the drop. There is no build. Up with a little bit of a drop pattern or something. So top of this. Rhythm is pretty cool. But how are we gonna make this work in terms of a drop? I need to take a piss as well, so I'm gonna do that first. Listen to it on my speakers while I'm doing that. Should I just play this? Doesn't really sound like much of an intro, but I'll play this so I can hear it on my speakers while I'm taking a leak. Be back in just a little bit, and then we'll continue. See if we can make something nice. And while I'm gone, I want you guys, or girls, to put things in the chat of what you think I need to do or what you think I should do, or yeah, basically that. And I'll read it when I come back. So I'll be back in just a little bit. No, I wasn't talking. I'm trying to work on my speakers for a little bit, just trying to make something. We can make ourselves a little intro version of the kick real quick, real easily. Bring this down a bit. Again, freeze. And then if we want, we can also decrease this one. Subtle kick. Or not really that subtle, but make it subtle. Penguin farts. I don't even know what those sound. They have a specific sound. Join the Discord and make a penguin farting sound and send it to me on Discord. Oh, I'm just trying to come up with something. We need some kind of a theme going though for the intro, so I'm gonna try and come up with that. But I'm working on my speakers a little bit at the moment, so my mic is muted every now and then. But yeah, I want to get something sketched out. Wait, maybe I need to have a little look again at the brassy kind of thing. Doing that same kind of thing as what that bass is doing in the intro. That well, what if I do that with a brass sound? That would be cool, maybe. Oh, it's so quiet. Maybe I should just have my tracks quieter. thinking what could be cool with that. We can do- Gonna have to start from the first beat though. Oh. I was late here as well. I'm already late because of the latency, but... Not sure of the name, but it is some Japanese string instrument, would fit nice here. Yami-sen. Koto. Do you mean a plucked or a bowed? Bowed string instrument. Fuck. Koto is the name. It could also be Tsugaru Shamisen. Both are really nice instruments, by the way. Come on, you can do it. That's Red Arts Library. Okay, come on, you can do it. Time. Oh, it's already loaded. Um, Ah, yeah, sure. I'm not sure about this one, man. I'm not sure about this one. Don't really feeling it, this one, to be honest. Probably not gonna be what I want, but... Honestly, I ain't feeling it today. Damn it, sometimes you have those days. Bum bum bum. Ooh. Not really feeling those string things, to be honest, but I like that. those out. Gonna have to do a drop with that, totally. Could actually work. I think we found something. Just at the moment when I said I wasn't feeling it. That's actually quite nice. We need to key track some stuff because on that lower note it starts sounding a little bit weird. Too much of that peak there. That fixes it. That'll do for now there. We need, of course, something in between. What, you mean like using it like this? I mean, sure, that can work as well, but for now, we're working like this. This part, we're probably gonna kind of filtering on it. Comes in a little bit more gradual, like that. A little bit quiet, but we can fix that. Yeah, that's what we need. Very simple, basic string. I'm just bouncing this one to audio. Wait. Yeah, come on. You can do it. Wow. Ableton is having a brain fart. Wow. Yeah, I would love to continue working on it, but Ableton is having a bit of a moment. Ah, there we go. Dave. All I wanted to do was get rid of this thing. So what can we do as a response? Bum 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 bum. I'm sort of like thinking ahead as well, that it would be cool to later in the track bring in like some string instrument as a harmony on top of a bass. So I'm thinking maybe a bass that kind of does a bit of a pitch bend. Well, something like that. I don't know. Brainstorming right here. Leave it up. We can fix that phasing stuff later. Probably here. That's what I'm kind of hearing, so... Then at a lower pitch, of course. Something like that, maybe. And then we might have to do, then do a little section after it. Yeah. Then we can repeat that, sort of like, as a first rough thing. I can even do this. I mean, I do like that, yeah, but... Oh, wait, I forgot something. I'm like... Always so fucking absurd right away. By the way, if anybody wonders, you know, right, that the dry wet in Serum is just basically fucked of the multiband compressor. Like, if you bring it down, it just starts phasing, and it's just because it's made incorrectly. It's like, I mean, it's not made incorrectly, but it's just kind of ridiculous of how it works, because it kind of mixes the dry signal with a version that is frequency splitted, so that has like a whole bunch of phase changes, and when you mix those two together, you get that phase cancellation. So yeah, that's kind of not useful. But if you want to get less heavy compression, of course bring the release up will kind of minimize how much high frequencies is brought up. But if you bring the ratio down, that is kind of exactly what is the same as bringing the amount, which most people call dry wet, in the Ableton OTT preset. That amount in that preset is not controlling a dry wet, it's controlling the ratio of the compressors. So if you, in Serum, instead just do it with the ratio, bring the ratio down, you get the same kind of thing. You still get the multiband compression, but much less absurd and over the top, because you're bringing the ratio down. So don't use this, because you're gonna get a horrible phase cancellation if you want to use this multiband compressor. Just bring this down. I know. I had a couple of bugs earlier, and I just contacted Steve, and like I woke up the next day and I saw that an hour later he had sent me like a beta version of Serum with like a bug fix in it and all that kind of stuff, and he was like, "Yo, yeah, that bug has probably been there since like the release of Serum." Thank you for letting me know. He was really quick. I know Steve is really quick, and he's really on his updates. Like when he gets something submitted, he tries figuring it out, and as soon as he figured it out, he just puts it in the next update for the beta. And like the day after it, the beta will be like on the website in your account to download. So, like, I've got him on Discord, so I don't even need to send him an email. I can just send him a direct message on Discord. That's much easier, much quicker. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's kind of like intended because it is a dry wet in Serum. It's a mix. Like this is just something that's on every effect. It's just a mix control, but it's kind of useless if you're using the multi-band compressor. It makes sense if you're using a single band compressor because then there's no filtering going on, which is messing with the phase of that wet signal. So when you mix the two together, you just get parallel compression, right? So then it makes sense. So that's why it's a mix knob. And all the effects have a mix knob, right? It's just like they all have a mix right there. So it makes sense. But most people, when they use the multi-band compressor, what I see them do is if I watch tutorials, for instance, or if I watch live streams of other people, and I see them using Serum, and I see them using the multi-band compressor, I see them just like, it's just a habit, probably, just like what you do with the OTT in Ableton, right? And I'm not sure, does the OTT from Xfer Records, is that a dry wet, or is that a depth? No, that is controlling the ratios. So that's not a dry wet either. That's probably made correctly. But if you want to get that, same thing as bringing, like, if we take the Ableton multiband dynamics, like what people a lot of times do, right, is bring the amount down to like 10%, but it's in the spot where most of the time would be your dry wet control, so people just call it a dry wet or a mix, something like that. But it's not. It's controlling the ratios of the compressor. So they'll bring it down to like 10% or something, and yeah, then it can maybe sound nice on sounds. But if you're then using Serum or Vital, for instance, and you're using a multi-band compressor, don't do this and think you're getting the same thing, because you're not getting that. You're getting horrible phase cancellation if you do that. Bring this down, and you're getting that. Because what you're basically doing is, by bringing this to 10%, you're going to have a ratio of, like, what is that? 1.1/1 or something like that. A really low ratio, basically, is what you're then getting. So just set like a really low ratio for the multi-band compressor, and you should get a similar sound as what that preset would do. So, little tip, because it really helps a lot if you want to control and make this one usable. Now it obviously brings up a lot of high frequencies. But if you filter it again afterwards, for instance, maybe with a low pass 6. By the way, another good tip. I'm on the tips right now. Another good tip. Do you know what the difference is between the MG low passes and the regular low passes? 10 seconds in the chat. Because almost nobody seems to really know what the difference actually is. And if you know the difference, then you're gonna start thinking, oh, wait a second. Yeah, okay, Moog, but what does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Okay, it's a Moog filter, but what is the difference between a Moog filter and a filter that's not a Moog filter? One is supposed to emulate the Moog filters, okay, yeah. But then what is it that makes those filters different? Resonance, slope, ladder filter. Okay. Of course, the resonance, the peak, how the resonance peak interacts is different. I need a blank Serum, so I can show you and not fuck up any sounds. Here, so the Moog low pass filters, we can see if we bring the resonance up, right? It brings the resonance up around the cutoff point, but we can also see that it brings down low end, right? And we can hear that as well. Up. Up gets quieter. Now, what if you're making a bass sound and you want to have a bass sound with quite a bit of resonance, but you don't want to lose that sub? Like on this instance, it's just a saw wave, of course, but if we make something a little bit more interesting, I don't know, what do we have? Are you go a little bit more interesting thing? Now boost the resonance. Look at the oscilloscope at the top and look how much quieter the sub gets when we boost the resonance. Now, that is the characteristic of a Moog filter. Is of course the little bit of extra saturation that it does and the sort of like the shape of the resonance. But what it also does is that it really decreases the low end when you boost the resonance. So if we now switch it out for low pass 12, still decreases the sub a little bit, but a lot less than what the Moog style filters do. Yeah, I know, you can do a high pass as well with like a little bit of a boost and a good resonance, I know. Or have the low pass peak, like the peak of the low pass at the spot where you want the resonance to be in the low end. That's also a way of doing it. But the difference is pretty big in terms of how much low end it actually takes out. So sometimes you might want to use a different filter here. But it's also, of course, the shape and how it rolls off. See, it has a little bit more of a bump right here after the cutoff as well. Then it actually sounds less bass heavy with the regular low pass filter, if we have the resonant peak in the low end thing. So it does add some extra like saturation across the resonance position, so like the cutoff position, I should say. So depending on where you use it, like if you have the filter doing more filtering up here, you might just want to use the regular low pass, so that you keep a little bit more of your sub, and you don't have to start boosting the sub afterwards a lot to get it back. Whereas if you're doing like some filtering like this, where you have it low in the low frequencies or in the low mids, you might want to have a Moog filter and boost that resonance so that you get that extra bit of low end. Like that's just something I'm thinking of now. So. Interesting though. This one is not right. I'm completely aware, but do like this. Boom, boom, boom. Then we need something else with this, for sure. Boom. Wave candy, yeah, I mean, here. There, that is the page where you can download it. But you need a Fruity Loops, or Fruity Loops, yeah, I'm from back in the Fruity Loops days. You need an FL Studio license to use it. But if you have a license, then you can use it. Is there a pitch bend on that? No. Sound like there is. Would swear there's a pitch bend on that. Doesn't say there is. Oh, there we go. Ah, nice. Yeah, I started in Fruity. When it was still FL Studio, or still Fruity, what was it? Fruity Loops 1.5? That's nice. Bum bum bum. Good. Try using this one. If I'm correct, just a subby. Yeah. Let's see if we can use that. So like a single step somewhere. Okay, I changed that. Yeah, we'll make some kind of other sounds in that gap. That one. Let's think. That does. I really like that bum bum bum. I have an idea. Need strings again. With this. A little bit. A bit of this. We need a cello. One that's lower. Viola's lower as well, but let's try the cello instead. Probably not gonna sound as expressive. Good, it builds tension. Yeah, it needs a lot of reverb as well, but I wanna kind of start building some tension, and also I want a theme. I don't want to stick too much around just the root note, like what it's doing. I want to have some kind of a change, make it a little bit more cinematic, if you get. That's the whole kind of idea. Switched to that one. Why? Why is it switching? There's no key switch. No key switch. Why are you switching? That makes no sense. By clicking the key switch, yeah. No. That makes no sense. What is that key switch? That's the one annoying thing. It doesn't tell you if you hover over it which key. Is C 2 octaves below that? Okay. -2. That is it just stay on that one? No, it still switches on the next note. That's so strange. Key switches are supposed to work only when you use a key, right? Here, it still changes. That's weird. That's really weird. No clue why that is happening. No loss. That shouldn't be the case, right? Like it's... Maybe there's a setting in the library that could be the case. Maybe also controlled by the velocity. No, they're the same velocity, so that's not the case. Could be that maybe the mod wheel position is also changing. See. Okay. So Not. That one sounds good. Can go and do that. Oh yes, that's it. So okay. Can bring that in later back in the track again. But what that is doing, I'll boost the level of that one. G sharp. And that second part, that low note goes to G. So G on top of E creates a minor chord. So creates that. That doesn't sound nice. It needs to go to that probably. But that other one has to change as well, because we have that other string thing as well, which is this. Probably unwarp it. Goes to E. So what if we do warp again? G sharp to E. There's 4.
Everydays, A school day with your streams. Thank you for all the tips.
You're welcome, and thanks for the 10 Great British pounds or English pounds. Thanks a lot. And that will definitely help. I'm saving up for new gear, and need new speakers. I need a new interface, a new MIDI controller, a new mic arm. So we're gonna have a lot of money to spend. So everything is really appreciated and really helps a lot. So thanks a lot for that one. And it will definitely be used for good. Go to the lowest one, which is -5. Yeah, this is still up for change. Just needs to be G sharp. That's going somewhere for sure. Anyways, I'm gonna stop streaming because I'm really getting really hungry right now. So I'm gonna go and eat something. Up at the sound wave in the upright of Ableton. That's Wave Candy from ImageLine. I'll drop the link in the chat. That's where you can download it. You need a Fruity Loops or FL Studio license to be able to play it. That was another bomb outside. That's a nice intro and drop. It's getting somewhere. It's getting somewhere. And it's a lot deeper than what I normally make. So, and I'm actually quite amazed that it works pretty well. That melodic change in front of that drop. I was gonna think that it actually was gonna do something bad to the tune, like that it was not really gonna work, but it does kind of work. So I'm definitely gonna keep working on this one. Maybe after I've eaten. guys will hear it later then, I guess. But yeah, getting somewhere. Not really that productive, but at least we got something. The bass thing that comes in is still a little weird. I still want to work a little bit on that. Something in that gap though. Something like that, I don't know. I'm gonna have to do that a little bit while I'm listening to it and record myself again sounding stupid, and then I'm gonna come up with a good idea that works. You know, that's usually how it goes. I should do that more often on stream, but don't want to look stupid for the rest of the world, right? So I'll figure something out, but I do like the overall kind of... I like this thing. I like that. And that works really well with that drum pattern, so that's good. Anyways, thanks for all the donations. Oh, and by the way, he's not watching for sure. If he's still watching, that would be an absolute mad lad. Can I see? Oh yeah, of course, YouTube doesn't even show me anymore. I think his name was MLG or something like that on YouTube, but he donated money even before the stream had started, so I need to thank him as well, because the stream hadn't even started yet. So, thanks a lot for that donation as well. I'm not sure if you're watching this or if you're ever gonna get to see this, but yeah, that was awesome. I came back from the supermarket and I already had set up the streaming, so like the stream itself. So all I had to do was just go live, and I come back and I just look at the screen and I'm just like, see a message to, yo, thanks for all your streams, man. Here's a donation. And I'm like, the stream hasn't even started. Wow, that's great. So yeah, if you're still here, that would be absolutely insane, because hours later now. Thing who goes to bass, good way to find it. Yeah, like I mean I do it quite often though. Like I'll have something playing on my speakers and just grab my phone on the voice recorder and just start humming into my phone what I hear in my head. And then I just put that in my Dropbox, download it on my PC, put it into Ableton, and then just start copying the pattern, right? And then it's all about, because if you can copy the pattern, copy the notes, and the pitches are correctly, the timing is the same as what you came up with. You might have to, of course, you know, I mean, if you just have the track playing in the background, you should be able to do it in time. If you have a little bit of a rhythm, which I do, so I will be able to do that in time. And then it's just a matter of copying the notes. And if you have the notes copied, then from that moment on, you know that all it is from that moment on is sound design. So just keep sound designing. Keep in mind that the notes are correct. You just have to design the patches and design the sounds on top of it, and that might take some time, but that's something that definitely works. So that it's something I do more and more at least these days. When I come up with something and I'm not really knowing what to do after it, just take a break first, and then when I come back an hour or two later, just put it up on the speakers and just start humming it away or recording whatever I hear in my head, and just try and make something with your voice that sounds sort of like roughly like it, and it follows the pitch that you hear, right? And of course, my pitch isn't perfect either. Like my pitch, I need a reference point. So when you have the track playing, I can get pretty close with my pitch, but it's always off. Like it's always off at like 10, 20 cents, something like that. I'm a little bit flat or a little bit sharp or whatever, but it doesn't matter, you know. All you have to be able to do is figure out what it has to do. And as well, like if you, like I have beatboxed in the past, so timing is not really that big of a deal. So sometimes I can come up with timing things with my voice that are then really easy to sort of like copy if I have it recorded. You know, let's say like stuff like drum fills. I can visualize a drum fill in my head and slow it down, basically. So that's something that's really helpful. And if you cannot do that, but you can, I don't know, do a little bit of something like that. Just really simple. Because that's something that most people would probably be able to do. Something like that. You don't have to beatbox for that, you know? You can probably do something like that. And then record it, and then just try and copy what you did. I can, when I hear something, I can kind of slow it down when it's about drums most of the time, though. But I have so many clips in my phone as well. I should actually put them all on Dropbox, because I was going through it earlier a couple of weeks ago, and there's like probably close to 100 voice memos with like all kinds of stuff, like ideas for patterns and melodies or drop bassline patterns. I don't know, all kinds of stuff. Start putting that on on my computer so I can actually memorize some, that I have them recorded, you know, because most of the time I start making music and then I go, what should I write? Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be back. I don't know exactly when. I don't have to work this weekend, so maybe I'll do another stream this weekend. Maybe, how late is the Formula 1 race on Sunday? A moment before I say anything. Oh, it's in the no. Oh yes, it's in the, no, that's tomorrow. Wait, yeah, that is tomorrow. The afternoon, 2 o'clock. Okay. Then maybe I'll stream in the evening on Sunday if I feel like it. Keep an eye on the Discord. So if you are not a member of the Discord yet, I'll drop a chat. Drop a chat? No, I'll drop a link to the Discord in the chat right now. I'll let you guys know on Discord when I go live, so be a member there. And yeah, that's also where you can just hang out, talk about music production, drop your tracks for feedback in there. But if you do that, please give somebody else feedback first that has posted a track before you, so that everybody gets some feedback. And when you give feedback, try and think a little bit about it. Don't just say like, oh, nice track, mate, or something like that, because nobody really has any use with feedback like that. It's not really feedback, right? That's just saying that a track sounds nice, but just think about it, you know, or just say like, oh, I like the drums, or I don't really like that thing, or maybe that part I would change a little bit. But at least just say something constructive about the track, about one of the tracks that's been posted, and then post your own link. And then that way everybody gets some feedback. If I won't stream on Sunday, then I'll be back on Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. And yeah, that's gonna be it for today. So thanks for all the donations. Not really that productive today. I've been having a couple of weeks in a row right now, but we're gonna push through it. We're gonna get a couple of good ones again. I'm pretty sure. So at least we got something, and I think it can definitely become something cool. So thanks for watching. I'll see you guys again soon. Peace.